Signore e signori, è arrivato il momento di dedicare la nostra attenzione a quello che si sta per iniziare, il campionato d'Europa Children 2023, tutto organizzato presso le strutture di EQF, Equestrian Center e Arena Equinox, che ospiterà quest'oggi il primo round della gara a squadre che ha visto appunto il suo inizio ieri con la prima prova e gara a tempo a cui hanno preso parte i ben 105 binomi che hanno rappresentato le diverse nazioni appunto per quanto riguarda il campionato d'Europa Children. Ieri tra l'altro categoria a tempo e lunga gara e lunga prima prova dove ha avuto la meglio tra tutti l'Amazzone Azzurra Giorgia Baldi, è stata la migliore nella prima prova del campionato d'Europa 2023 riservato ai Children. Quest'oggi andremo ad entrare nel vivo di quella che sarà tra poco la team competition, la gara a squadre. Il direttore di campo Andrea Colombo, insieme al suo staff composto da Elio Travagliati, Giovanni Busso e Riccardo Padovan, insieme a Mr. Von Bart e Peter Witze, sono coloro che hanno realizzato e costruito in questi giorni i diversi percorsi, i diversi tracciati che tutti i giovani tra Cavalieri ed Amazzoni stanno affrontando per l'edizione 2023 del campionato d'Europa giovanile qui in Italia, qui a Gorla. Le caratteristiche di questo primo round del team competition riservato al campionato d'Europa Children prevede una lunghezza di 500 metri, il tempo massimo accordato è di 86 secondi, 350 metri al minuto la velocità. Ed è così che noi tra pochi istanti vi ricordo che andremo ad iniziare alle ore 15 con l'ingresso in campo del primo Children di oggi.
We're about to start the second competition for juniors. It's time for the individuals to come back, but for children's, it's time to see again the individuals, but also the team competition is underway. We have 7 teams so far with a clear round at the top of the ranking, and we will see shortly the first in this second competition that will have 2 big lines, 5, 6 and 9, 10. 86 is the time allowed, the official time allowed, 500 meters over this round.
Welcome along to the ride, everybody. Welcome here to the FEI Jumping European Championships in Gorla Minore for 2023. It is the best of Europe's youth that have congregated here in Italy, and we are set for a cracking afternoon of sport because we are now moving on to the second element of the Children's European Championship. It is the first day of team jumping as well as individual competition, which all flows through from yesterday's starting round, and those scores all counting heavily towards what will begin to unfold here this afternoon. Fascinating sport in front of us live with you. Wherever you're joining us from around the globe, it's an absolute delight to have you come along and see some of the best up-and-coming young talents in the sport of show jumping competing here in this fabulous setting. The course set by Andrea Colombo and the team. It is a total of 13 obstacles, 16 total jumping efforts, and they're jumping a height of 1.30 meters. The time allowed, all important in this sport, is set at 86 seconds. Of course, going over that, and the penalties commencing for every second you are over. We start with Portugal. Portugal, of course, yesterday putting themselves in and off to a very good start. They're one of 7 teams that start out on 0 today. Their first rider, one of the clears yesterday, Felipe Miguel's Mota de Costas, riding Owen B as the first to go. And this rider who jumped that clear yesterday will be looking, of course, from a team perspective to do the same here today, but also from an individual perspective, it all counts as well. We'll focus as best we can across both elements and how that unfolds. Primarily, though, we'll keep our attention on team scores where we can. The top 10 teams after today will qualify to go into a second round, and that will take place, I believe, tomorrow. Or no, I correct myself, I think it's the day after tomorrow. So we'll look forward to that as well. We'll come to that in due course. Oh dear, unfortunately, rider and horse parting company, and that is a really tough start for the team, for Portugal, and as well it'll be a tough outcome for Felipe after what was a fabulous start yesterday. Portugal, who started out yesterday with their team of 4. So having to use, of course, 3 of the best 4 scores. Other teams, which of course did have 5 riders yesterday, could elect their best 3 scores out of the 5, and then today are locking off on to their teams. There is the ability to substitute if there was an injury at some point, but all those sort of permutations are perhaps more than we need to worry about at this point. Nevertheless, you've got a feel for Felipe. We move on to Belgium. Cache de la Cure is the ride now for this combination, because this is another combination that went clear yesterday, and this is Clementine Lux as she begins as well. Now Portugal, one of the clears, but so were Belgium. 3 of their riders recording 0 scores, of which Clementine was 1. Around the back of the trees we go. Back up this line of the parallel that comes next down to the double upright parallel. And then left-handed. Coming towards the last line of fences. Big jump over those trees. starting off brilliantly there for Clementine Lux as well as the music plays. I am working on the principle that is a clear as our live scoring has just dropped out. So good start for Belgium's Clementine Lux there. So I'm sure they'll be over the moon for the way things have got underway. Nevertheless, there's a lot of jumping to come. Now we move on to the first of the riders for the British team. The British team which are sitting in equal 8th place as they start out today, although this was one of the highlights of the day. Darcy Breen, the rider's Cunis, early draw as she was yesterday, and jumping a clear. Now, early draw. First of the British team here today. Around the corner. Championship debut over the water. That well on the 8 strides coming into this top line. And again, another very consistent round from Darcy and Kudus there as the British rider looking to get off to another brilliant start for the team, and that will be a clear round for Darcy Breen, and the British team will be delighted with the way things have got underway for them. Just like Belgium, they start with a 0 score. Well, the next to go rides for Ukraine. It is Anastasia Kavakro. Now she rides Canasso BVR. 3 riders representing Ukraine in the children's team competition, so all their scores yesterday counted through, and the score of 42 after the problems for Anastasia from yesterday when of course elimination sees scores of 20 in addition to the highest score of any rider, and again struggling a little bit today. 23 nations with teams representing them here in the children's category for these European Championships, but that unfortunately will spell the end of the challenge from the Ukrainian team here today. We'll still see their riders competing though as individuals over the next couple of days, and we'll look forward to seeing if they can just find their way to a better round over the coming rounds of competition.
Rappresenta I colori della propria nazione, la Polonia. Ieri un bel percorso netto è stato di Nadia Lehmann.
Well, moving now to Poland. And the Polish team also on a score of 4 yesterday. Starting though with one of their clear round riders, Nadia Lehmann, and Silver Star will be the first to go. to this top line. 4 strides now. And lands over the final fence as the first to go. And look at that, that was a happy round for Nadia Lehmann as she continues with that clear round performance, and that you cannot ask more. Seen some brilliant jumping right from the off. As I say, Poland, like Great Britain, on that team score of 4. Starting out today. So Nadia Lehmann can head back to the stables for Poland with the job complete. Next out will be for the Czech Republic. As it's Teresa Abrakova riding Timor. Yesterday, another of the clear rounds. Riding though as an individual. No team here in the children's category for the Czech Republic. This line going up and away, 8 strides after the parallel, really pushing on out down there, went on the 7. Really positive riding all the way through to the finish.
4 le penalità nel tempo di 72 secondi e 65. Un errore nella parte finale.
There is, I think, that fence that has gone down. 4 faults the score for Teresa Abrakova there, and Timir. So we move to France next to go, and this will be Zoe Vergon-Lede, first of the French riders. France as well, tied up the top on a 0 score. And that's another of their clear rounds from yesterday. Nice and composed, 7 strides down to fence 6, round they come to the water. So 6 going down from 7 to 8, riding really positively round now back to this parallel. Little tap going into that double, but still looking strong at the moment for this partnership. France looking to get underway and keep the pressure on with a good round, a clear round, and that is exactly what it means to them. Well done to Zoe. Lovely round of jumping from that young lady on Aranka Mispierre then to start things off in perfect fashion for the French, and of course from her perspective it is clear throughout the competition so far, seeing some really excellent jumping from these young jockeys in the children's category. The bell for our next, it's going to be Hazia Carmida Carulia riding here with Tescari Jack. And they also clear for Spain. Spain again, one of those 7 teams sat on 0 overnight after the opening individual competition yesterday. down towards the water jump. Nice fair course they've been given here this afternoon. Just plenty to keep them on their toes, keep them thinking, or should say on their hooves and thinking. There's going to be enough out there to make the difference. Very rideable track. But you've still got to be ultra careful. Positive performance, surely, all the way. Yes, it is. So, Zagarmira Horula there, safely round. And Spain's team are off and running as well with a clear round to keep up with Belgium and France in these exceedingly early stages of the competition.
Very good
The one
start
thing
for France,
I've always said about team jumping, and I'll say it now, and perhaps again a little later when we get into it a little deeper, but it is the ultimate game of snakes and ladders, because you think you're there and then you slide because something changes. You never know, and then suddenly you can have a round out of nowhere that can pull you right the way up the order. You're just never sure until the last horse has jumped. Well, next to go, it's going to be the turn of Sweden's Nicky Andersson riding K&T Quebec. Quebec Q for Sweden then. Sweden though down in 15th equal on a score of 8 after day 1, but the round for Nicky yesterday was the highlight for the team, as it was the clear round for the team. Three jumping efforts left here for Sweden's first. Well, Sweden will be one of the teams that will be wanting to try and stay within the 10 that can go forward to the second round over the coming days. But it is 4 there for Nicky Andersson, despite the clear yesterday, picking up that 4 penalty score here today. Well, next to go for Romania. It'll be Elena Botia riding here with Cadilio Don Vetter. Scored 8 penalties in that opening round yesterday. Romania on a team score of 26 after that opening leg. And already with 4 more. That's part of the combination, just part of the combination as that was as well. And sadly there's another for 12.
Le penalità ottenute,
that was
chiusura di
Romania,
questa gara con
first rider.
I 3 errori totali.
That was Anda, and it is the 3 fences down for that score of 12 there for Anda and Fabian riding good for the Romanian team. With 4 riders though, so of course the discard Maybe.
Fabian Tolik
We will see.
and Vero.
Next to go. In fact, we're back with Sweden straight away. A couple of Swedish riders coming quite quickly together in the way the draw is done. And this is the turn of Fabian Tolik riding Vero. On that score of 12 from yesterday.
Otto le penalità commesse, il totale di Fabian Tolik è vero, sono 2 gli errori.
That's a score of 8 for Fabian Tolik there after the 12 from yesterday on Vero.
Ed è adesso la volta di
Next to Kirby Livnielsen, it's the first of the riders for the Dutch. The Netherlands now with Sini WZ. On a score of 4, the Dutch team after yesterday. They've jumped to clear round. Tidy up to this top line. Coming around this slightly curved line towards the finish. Lands over that with a clear. Liv Nielsen then clear round. And that is 2 clears in 2 days for the opening rider for the Netherlands' team here in this Children's European Championship. So great performance from Liv Nielsen and Sini W.
As yesterday with Sini WZ, clear for Liv Nielsen.
2 in a row. Now for Norway, Alexandra Pinagarolsen riding Corrada HM. Norway, who...
So now for Norway. Corrada HM,
Alexandra Olsen started off with a team score of 21 with the 4 riders here. Having to count the 3 scores, so 21, putting Norway down in 20th place as they started out here in this particular class, and already with a fence down there, sadly. towards this little four-strided line.
Sono 4 le penalità ottenute oggi per
their
la
round,
gara di
but
Alexandra
the fence is
Olsen.
down.
Un errore.
The result for Gorla and Alexander Olsen, 4 faults.
It is just the 4 today, so an
adesso per
improvement on
l'Irlanda
that round
sarà
from yesterday.
Lilitone
For the first to go in the Norwegian team. That was Alexandra
And here we
Perra
go
Olsen
for
there
Ireland.
and Conrad
Next is
H.
Curvago,
Now for Ireland,
Lilitone.
it is Lily Tunney. Ireland, another of the 0 scores overnight. And Lily, who rides Caravaggio. That's the score they didn't use from yesterday, that 19. Now the 4 riders all jumping clear. And also number 6, just the end of that line. Nelly, who is the 5th rider, so riding as an individual here today. Coming down towards the finish though, been looking. And the last goes to add to the score. So that, as I said though, riding as an individual today. And there if ever needed on the final day, but that was Caravaggio, Lilitone.
12 total faults for Curvago and Lilitone.
E invece adesso sono i colori dell'Ungheria, Ungheria che presenta in questo momento la prossima concorrente. Stiamo parlando di
next to go, we get a Hungary.
4 le penalità ieri per Johann Fabian.
Johann Fabian riding Chabal, Hungary in 17th place on a score of 12. Realistically, just 3 fences off the leading teams as they started out today. Johann and Chabal on a score of 4. Well, Johanna, I should say, on a score of 4 from yesterday. Coming round towards this line. Takes you back to that double. 8 strides. And then the upright parallel single stride. And you've got this left-handed curve. Up to this 4-stride distance of the upright to the parallel. Short step at 8 to get over the last, but gets over it well. And Johanna starting off very nicely indeed there for the Hungarian team's round. So after the 4 penalties yesterday, she jumps a clear round today, and that's a great start to help the team stay within touch of the leaders and perhaps get themselves up into the top 10. So say starting the day down in 17th, you need to be in the top 10 teams to get into the second round of jumping.
La prima prova che hanno affrontato insieme Noah Pfiffer per la
The riders will
Svizzera
have their
in
opportunity to come back as
Rotterdam.
individuals, but in terms of the teams, that's how the teams will be whittled down going forward into the next day or so. Now, this is the Swiss' Noah Pfeffer von Oehlstolfen riding Rocky de Vane, one of the clears for the Swiss team that are on that team score of 4 from day 1. So tied in equal 8th place alongside several others. of a clear round himself. Now circling back to well, right the distance, the 6 strides to fence 8 now coming back. It's 8 stride distance from the parallel. Just kept his balance, let the fence come to them. On the curve to the finish. Got the 7. Rode it really well, and there we have it. Start as you mean to go on for the Swiss team. Switzerland then starting with a clear from Noah as he jumped double clear over the 2 days of jumping. Noah Prins van Olsen there and Rocky de Veen.
Tornano insieme.
Great jumping so far. The Swiss was sort of matching what we saw from the British team in terms of a score of 4 on day 1. You've got to think the Dutch in the same boat and Poland, but the 4 teams on 4 that we've seen one rider from have all started with a clear. Now we move on though to this partnership for Italy. It's another team on a score of 4, and this is Daphne Goretti. Daphne, though, riding as an individual today, only 8 faults yesterday. Londra del Duxa is the horse. This, yeah, riding just as an individual. Really looking very balanced, really nice, very professional. Just takes a steady little check coming into that final fence and flies on through the finish there. So Daphne Goretti there, lovely round, clear round, and that will be something that the Italians will be really pleased to see. So Daphne Goretti there jumps a clear for Italy. Now it's the turn of Giorgia Baldi for Italy. Jumped clear yesterday, the clear round 1 or 2 for the Italian team yesterday.
Parte Giorgia Baldi. Ieri grande prestazione, la migliore della prima prova in sella Carnival van de Klavershof.
Just sitting back, really holding on. Wants to just give us out enough space off that front rail. And there we have it, Giorgia Baldi there, finishing off for Italy.
4 falls for
But it is
Carnival
that score
and
of 4
Giorgio
there
Baldi.
for Giorgio Baldi. And Carnival avanti
E
con
adesso invece
Next to
andiamo
go,
avanti e
Germany.
proseguiamo coi colori della Germania.
That's the bell for the
Germania
German
che
team.
viene rappresentata in campo da
Germany,
Julie-Marie Kühner in sella Diallo.
also on a 0 score after day 1.
Penalità per loro.
Start here with one of their clear
Germany
rounds.
now,
Julie-Marie
with
Kühner riding
First of all for
Diallo.
Germany.
To the water, just pops over that, positive all the way down that line round. They come back on themselves now. Very balanced, very, very stylish rider. Germany looking to get off to a strong start and make sure they keep in touch with everybody, and that they've done, because Julie-Marie Kühner is clear as well, so she'll be over the moon with the way that Diallo is performing, and herself there. The German riders really putting in the goods yesterday, clear round after clear round. So it's another really strong performance from them.
Clear set by Diallo and Julie-Marie Kühner, double clear for Julie-Marie Kühner.
E adesso per la Danimarca,
so double clear over the 2 days, as we said. Now Denmark, Selma Hamburg Dressler picked up an 8 penalty score on the opening day, and unfortunately already 4 on the board at the opening fence on day 2, sadly. Denmark, who were on a team score of 12 after that first round, first individual day of competition, or individual, and of course the teams counting from the best 3 out of 5 yesterday. Again, it will be the best 3 of 5 schools today that are going to count for these teams, and at the moment each one of them really concentrating on every single stride of their rounds.
Sono 4 gli errori commessi,
So
16 le penalità totali di oggi per la gara di Selma Hamburg e per Rihanna.
16 faults there for the partnership of Selma Hamburg Dressler for Denmark. Denmark with just the 4 riders, so only able to use 3 of 4 rather than 3 of 5, as some of the bigger teams are able to do. Next to go, Drožas Remedicius, another 8 fault round from yesterday. This for Lithuania, a team of 3, so all schools have to count yesterday. They were sat in 19th place after round 1 on a score of 20. The first out then is Calimero W. Through the combination. So strides down and over fence 6. Round you come to the water, then it's 6 strides down to the upright. Back up towards the double after this.
Due gli errori anche
They
oggi,
finish.
8 le penalità, si ripetono
And
per Carico
again, unfortunately not clear after the 8 from yesterday.
E il risultato di
Vicious
questo
there
binomio.
for Lithuania.
The result for Turojus Rimkevicius says 8.
Finishing on the 8 again today.
Maria Ines Sequeiros dal Portogallo in sella C.
Next to go, back to Portugal. You had a very tough start with their first rider, unfortunately been eliminated here. That was Felipe. Now it's Maria Ines Sequeiros riding C Invictus. The discard score from yesterday. They're going to need to count today, though.
Otto le penalità,
they
la
finish
chiusura è questa, 2 gli
with the
errori
score
per Maria Ines
on the board.
Sequeiros.
Unfortunately, it isn't to be for the clear. They had the
The
8.
result for Invictus Z and Maria Ines Sequeiros says 8.
Another 8 today. So
Andiamo a seguire
that will
invece
count for
adesso con i
Portugal.
colori del
And
Belgio.
that's as quick as things will
Sander
change in
Lambert
Nations
in
Cup
sella
competition.
Ottun van de
Because
Kalunach.
they've already lost a rider. They have to
Ieri
use the 3
4
scores
penalità.
now and of their team.
Second in for Belgium.
Therefore, Portugal
There is
will move on to a team
Opium
score
and
of 8.
Sander Lambert.
Belgium. Xander Lamberts goes next. Belgium, who've started well with that clear, now have one of the riders on 4 yesterday, was held as a discard score. Opium van Klureschen for Xander. Sitting back, holding on, and jumping over the final fence
8 le
for
penalità, la chiusura di
Xander Lambert
Xander
and
Lambert.
Opium
Due gli
van
errori in
Klureschen,
questo giro di oggi.
the first of what we, or second.
8 falls for Sander Lambert and Opium.
So that was an 8 fault score.
E adesso per la
So-
Gran Bretagna, Emily Gulliver.
Okay,
in sella
Belgium started with
Ferdinand.
clear, and they've still got Chloe
4
and
le
Estelle who
penalità,
jumped clear
8
yesterday to come in the
ieri.
team. Next to go, we move on to Emily Gulliver, the second of the riders for Great Britain. Great Britain starting the day on that score of 4. Emily also on a score of 4 from yesterday. Rides Fleur de Nuit. 3 of the British riders scoring 4 yesterday, and 2 clears from Darcy and Ruby. But Darcy Breen already being around the course today and jumped the double clear. So now Emily Gulliver taking her turn. Yourself plenty of room. Just going back round this corner. Now 3 fences left to jump. She got really deep going to the upright, and that's what caused her the problem at the parallel, but she's managed to ride her way out of trouble with a brilliant bit of riding. So well done to Emily Gulliver there as she dug herself out in that final line with Fleur de Nuit, and it is a clear round for the British rider, and that keeps her on that individual score of 4 after day 1. So clear round for Emily Gulliver, Fleur de Nuit.
E adesso per la Finlandia, Insel Janka sarà la volta
Next to
di
go,
Sani Illi.
it's going to be Sani Illi, rides for Finland. Finland, of course, without a team here, so riding as an individual on the 8 penalties from the opening day. Into the line of 9 to 10.
Termina la sua prova con
They
4
finished their round there
un
for Finland as an individual.
Sani
Sani Illi.
4.
4 felt the score today, so it is an improvement on the 8 from yesterday, but 12 for the 2 days for Janka and Sani Illi. Now we have another chance for a rider from Ukraine. Now, if you remember, we've already seen one rider from Ukraine earlier who was sadly eliminated, which means the team now out of contention completely as a team of 3, and the first fence goes again for another rider. This is Igor Teshenko riding Pakur S. And Igor was a clear round yesterday, but today is such a different day suddenly. He's already had 2 down. And the run out at the combination. And again, oh, and the full, oh, well, it's all come down around them. Fortunately, they look to be absolutely fine. He was able to get straight back up on his feet.
Adesso abbiamo in campo i colori della Polonia ed abbiamo in campo Alicja Kozmol in sella a Clearwater PPZ.
We're now representing Poland with Clearwater PPZ.
Well, we're going to move on to Poland because it's Clearwater PPZ. Now, yesterday, one of the eliminations in the competition for Poland came from Alicja Kozmol and Clearwater PPZ. It still, though, allowed the team to finish on a score of 4 and keep them up there in equal 8th alongside plenty of the other nations, just one fence behind. They've already had a clear from Nadia, but now I believe this to be the individual ride outside of the team here in this lineup. Really good round after the problems they had yesterday to bounce back like this. Showing a real degree of confidence, really backing herself to do well and jumping a really nice round. Nice round, clear round. So well done to Alicja Kozmol. And that'll be a very, very good round for Poland.
Le penalità per lei.
So Poland certainly coming out strongly today.
And Alicja Kozmol, the second clear for Poland.
E adesso è la volta di Anna Plautz.
Now Anna Plautz riding Z7 Kodanis the fifth. It is Austria now.
Chiusa con 4 penalità.
And Anna, who had 4 penalties yesterday. Austria, who were on a team score of 4 yesterday. They, though, only have 3 riders to play with, so they are all scores counting, whatever happens here today. So far, so good. 4 strides now down to this parallel. Nice and balanced now to the last on this curve. Oh, and the last is gone. Last fence gets in the way. And 4 again today for the Austrian rider, and it's a 4 as we know that counts. So we'll move the Austrian team on to a score of 8 as Anna Plautz there in Z7 Kodanis the fifth have the last fence down. Well, Monte Carlo, another in that equal 8th slot on a score of 4. Another like Austria though, where all the scores have had to count because of There just been 3 in the team. Now Valentin Platini, who was clear yesterday, is off and running. Now they're going to have to come back, and that clear round from yesterday evaporating with that stop in terms of the individual thoughts going forward as well. Time penalties will become something to think about as well. And then to the final line, they have recovered nicely from that issue.
La chiusura, il totale 16 perché c'è il fuoritempo già sommato per Callas e
well.
Valentin Platini. E adesso per la Repubblica Ceca Adriana Krova in sella Minore, ieri percorso netto per loro.
Well, to the Czech Republic, Adriana Krova next up. Another of the clears from yesterday. Czech Republic, of course, on a 0 score as well after yesterday. She is riding Ben-Hur. So far, what do we know? 30 have jumped. Just 8 riders out of those 30 clear on both days. Faulting again after a clear yesterday, it'll still just be the 8 that have managed so far to go clear on both occasions. A lot of jumping here though this afternoon. Feathers in the hair.
Errore ed unico per la gara di Minore. Sono 4 le penalità ottenute oggi.
All there was. But it is 4 that stops them being clear on both days, and that score of 4 for the Czech Republic. So 2 of their riders already got clear yesterday, both on 4 so far today. Lina Rocca now for Slovenia, riding Romana. Scored 4 here yesterday. Slovenia in 15th on a team score of 8. jumping nicely down that line. Just having to get her knitting back together again, regrouping a little with the reins. Again, just got a little bit deep, and then you find yourself in trouble at the parallel that comes after it. She's just losing the contact, losing the control a little bit towards the end of the course, and that's cost her with the faults. So difficult end.
Fourth result for Lina Rochko and Romana.
12 faults is
the
the score. So
Luis
for Slovenia.
4 le penalità di Silver de Peu.
Next to go will be France's Louis Luan-Jacques, 4 yesterday on Silver de Peu. France, though, were looking strong after yesterday with 3 riders on a clear. Luis, one of the 2 on 4. And they've already had a clear from Zoe Vergon-Lidi here today. Good round at the moment from the French rider. And the concentration and focus. Creates enough space down that line. Now, really just trying to set the horse up for the last. And unfortunately,
errore nel finale.
It's the final fence that goes down.
Chiusura di Louis Luan-Jacques.
Louis Luan-Jacques on the 4 as they were yesterday.
So the result is 4 for Silver de Peu.
It isn't to be. Next to go, though, will be a clear from yesterday and a team that were on a 0 score and will hope to stay there. Spain, who started with a clear from Hezegramida Horuya in the team rounds today. Now looking for another clear from Miren Melgos Bordet and Halloween, who jumped one of the three clears yesterday for the Spanish team. Very forward round. Should remind ourselves as well, there is an individual element to what's going on, and individual prizes here today as well in this class. We'll check in on that when we get to the break as to how things stand. As we said earlier, we're going to concentrate a little more on the sort of overall team, the overarching team element over at this specific class. But important for the riders that they can continue to go clear, because that helps the team and it helps them. Just this final fence to go. But it is a score of 4. As Miren Melgos Bordet there, the rider for Spain. Second of the riders for Spain, also on 4, as Halloween has that one fence down. It shows just how different a day can make, or what difference a day makes, when you look at all the riders that we've seen jump clear yesterday, come forward, and still only 8 of them have managed to repeat that feat on the second day. Well, this will be Alice Norberg now for Sweden. 4 penalties yesterday. course, there's a fair few that have also jumped clear today that didn't jump clear yesterday. There's more than 8 clears in this particular class. Just not to be able to do it 2 days in a row is what we're going to just keep a little bit of a track on as well. For Sweden. Sweden, who down in 15th on that 8 penalty score, have already seen 2 riders, 1 on 4, 1 on 8, in Nicky Andersson and Fabian Tolig today. Here now with Alice Norberg and Jata. Really confident here, coming down towards the final fence for Sweden. And over the line. And there's a clear. And Sweden with their first clear of the day. And it goes to Alice Norberg after the 4 from yesterday. Steps up and improves today on Jata to score a clear round. And that'll be a big round, an important round for the Swedish team here today. Really important round for them to try to keep them on that 8 penalty score, try to squeeze them in to the top 10 teams, so they're still in team contention when we get to that final round in the next day or so. Next up, it will be Romania, and this in fact will take us into the break as well. It's Anna Maria Diacono. Anna Maria riding Olympic Dream 6. Team on 26 and in 21st place, and already with a 12 scored from Anna Elena Bottia. Anna Maria Diacono riding Olympic Dream. This, as I say, the last before the short break we will take. To the final 3 fences. Lovely smooth round of riding so far from Anna. Wants to keep it going. Just 1 more fence left to go. Olympic Dream 6. Big jump over the last. And Anna Maria Diacono, after 8 yesterday, puts a clear round in today. So lovely round of jumping there from the Romanian team rider. So that does indeed take us up to the break. We are a third of the way through the team and individual competition here this afternoon. There's a lot of jumping still to come our way though, so very hard realistically at the moment to say exactly which way things are going to go. But you know, we've seen riders from Belgium go clear and France go clear and Spain get a clear. You know, they needed that. They on a 0 after yesterday, but too many permutations really boiling down the line for us to really get into the order at the moment, because we're not really deep enough into it. From an individual perspective, Lynn Nielsen, Chini W, has put in the fastest individual round ahead of Julie Marie Karuna and Alice Norberg. So it's the Dutch, the Germans, and the Swedish. That's the individual times, and there's of course money on offer in that. And of the riders that went clear yesterday and jumped clear today, well, 8 of them have managed to do the double clear so far out of 35. We're going to take a short break. We're going to come back in about 5-10 minutes time with the third of this Children's European Championship round 2.
Ed è arrivato il momento di riprendere quello che è il primo round della team competition. Si sta svolgendo nell'Equinox Arena il campionato d'Europa riservato ai children edizione 2023. Per la Grecia, Vasiliki Baliusins, la Golden Girl.
Welcome back, everybody. We're live with you in Italy from the FEI Jumping European Championships, Gorla Minore 2023, the young riders, juniors and children, and it is the children's team competition that is very much off focus here this afternoon as we continue with what is team but also individual competition. Now, to start us back off, Valiski Baresi here riding Golden Girl 163. This is for Greece. So this Greek rider just riding as an individual, 12 penalties in that opening round yesterday. So yesterday everybody competed as an individual, obviously, and then the score from the best 3 out of 5 riders potentially from the teams were used towards the team score to set them up for today. Now today it's 3 out of 4 riders that'll count towards those team scores. All the other riders still in action because everybody trying to keep themselves in play to finally get through to those individual finals, those individual medal chances at the weekend.
Sono 20
I think the last went as well.
Il quinto errore arriva nella parte finale della gara.
Was down.
Vasiliki Baliusi.
Golden Girl.
Result is 20 for Golden
20
Girl
is the final score there for Valiski Baliusi.
Ed andiamo avanti con l'Olanda.
So that added on to the 12 from yesterday. Now to the Dutch and the first of the Netherlands riders after the break.
Che ha chiuso con un
Getting
bellissimo
set to join us,
percorso
the
netto.
Netherlands,
Adesso Nina Utsager in sella Ciaccotana.
we're on that
per loro
score
ieri
of 4
4.
after day 1. I've already had a clear from a very impressive round by Liv Linson. Now it's the turn of Nina Hutzaka, who had a score of 4 yesterday, riding here with Ciaccotana. Towards the combination we go. 1 stride, 2 strides, and 7 strides down to fence 6. Round they come to the water. Ah, the last has gone. Sadly, the final fence does go down to give that full score.
For the result for Ciaccotana and Nina
So,
Utsager for
unfortunately,
the
that
clear and a 4
just
as first 2 results.
picking up that score of 4, but they have had a clear round already, as we know from their opening rider, Liv Linson. Now, Sophia Kingdom Clark for Norway, also had a score of 4 here yesterday, and Norway had a score of 4 already from one of their 4 that we've already seen. So this is the second rider for the Norwegian team, with Cocktail. this final fence to negotiate as they come towards the last. That for Norway. Another on 4, like they were yesterday there, round from Sophia Kingdom Clark, and that is 4 and a 4 that'll have to count because they will only have, well, they have to use 3 of their 4, and they've seen 2 go round on 4, so 25 now the score for Norway as a team, making it harder and harder for them to get into the top 10. Next up, we continue forward, and it's going to be the turn of Ruby Lily Gaines. This is for Ireland, one of those stunning clear rounds yesterday that made the Irish team look perhaps the most... Where are we going? Where are we going, Ruby? Oh dear, problems. I was about to say they looked so good yesterday. Now, somehow, I will wait and see what the judges say. I wouldn't want to even surmise as to what happened there. We saw the horse just going sideways. But I guess it does show resistance. I don't know, she managed to sort of loop it back, and you can see she sort of upped the gears quite quickly because she'll now be worried about time, and that, though, you can't ignore because it is 4 penalties. I was just saying, because Ireland had gone so well yesterday with 4 of their riders all going clear. But it's another of the 0 scores from yesterday that haven't managed to repeat the act today. Well, we know because of the 4 that the fence went down. Just curious what the time, what the judges did. Comes to the final fence. So,
2 gli errori, 8 vanno a diventare per la prestazione di Castle Lux Clover.
Total falls for Castle Lux Clover and Lily Ruby Gaines. For Ireland we have a 12 and 8 as to first results.
Nessun
well,
errore
they get the 8,
per Rodrigo
so they got inside the
Zuai,
time.
proprio nella prima prestazione di
But,
ieri,
starts for the Irish
corner
with Lily Turney. You remember we saw her round on 12, but Ruby Gaines there going around for a score of 8. Still 3 riders to go. Now it's Hungary's Rodrigo Zuai riding Cornet, and another rider that jumped clear as an individual yesterday. And Hungary will be hoping that he can do it again. The team on that score of 12, and Rodrigo was the high point with the clear. Sitting there very, very carefully. Really trying to make sure he's in the right place. Ah, the front rail comes off that one for sure. He was holding and holding. And it's 4 for Rodrigo, as there with Cornet has that fence down. Interestingly, we've had 18 riders so far that were clear yesterday, of which only 8 of them so far have managed to get clear today. Now, we move on, because it's going to be another rider that was clear yesterday. Could it be for Nikita Gavin here, the Swiss rider, with Obro's Sugar Babe? A very good round yesterday. Going to have to work hard as well there to try and repeat that feat today with the way things are going. Swiss team as well on that overnight score of 4. They've already had the clear from Noah. Now they need it from Nikita as well. The 2 riders that were clear yesterday, they'll be hoping can repeat that here today. No, another one that will miss. It's still going to just be those 8 riders that have gone double clear across the 2 days now, out of 19 that potentially could have done so, and they're having even bigger problems now at the last. We so far had, what, 14 clears today in this first round of the team
Ed arrivano in
class, but
16
that was
complessivi
even
perché abbiamo anche il fuoritempo, la
more
gara
difficult
di
for Nikita
Nikita
Gavin
Gavin.
and over Sugar Babe.
16 total falls with the time.
16
and 4, the 2 results for Switzerland.
So that 16 the score.
I colori sono quelli dell'Olanda, perché stiamo parlando di River
Add into
Morsinkov
the mix there for the Swiss team.
River Morsinkov ieri ha concluso con 4 penalità.
Well, it's moving on. Now we have River Morsinkov here riding for the Netherlands, riding here with Checkpoint Chaco. Dutch looking to continue to stay in touch with the leading pack here. Oh dear, another one to have a stop, but a random place as well. Fence caused a couple of stops yesterday when it was a triple bar, sort of leopard print colours. Today it's done the same again, but not really causing any issues as of yet. Well, I don't know that River here will agree. It's pretty quick to turn back. He might have been fast enough to eliminate the time element. We will find out. The jumping element though.
Chiusura ufficiale con 8 in questa prova, in questa gara per River Morsinkov e Checkpoint Chaco.
Yeah, Checkpoint Chaco.
The result for River Morsinkov, 8 total falls.
8 faults.
La
it is
squadra
as a
azzurra,
score for the Netherlands.
Quest'oggi
So,
ha visto partire Giorgia Baldi
for the
e
Dutch rider.
chiudere con 4 penalità.
The Dutch
Uno
team
dei
that have
rappresentanti della squadra italiana lo vedete in campo in questo momento, è Tommaso Zorzi in sella Barberi de Terdri,
their other riders so far.
binomio che ieri ha chiuso con 4 penalità.
Quite no. Now Tommaso Zorzi. Tommaso, who was also on 4 yesterday, the Italian rider. Home team, lots of home support, and of course really wanting to bring themselves into play if they can on that 4-fault penalty overnight. They've had a clear already from Daphne Guiniti.
Sorriso di Tommaso e la felicità naturalmente del giovane cavaliere azzurro che oggi chiude la sua prova con 0 penalità.
Very good performance by Barbara the third read. Tommaso Zorzi clear round 4 and clear the 2 results for Italy.
Ma invece la Germania che parte quest'oggi con il netto di Jolie Marie Kühner e adesso è rappresentata da Colin Sorg in sella a Casillas. Ieri 0.
That was Alberto Tommaso Zolzi going clear for Italy, and that keeps them in the hunt for the medals. I am sure they will want to be here on home soil. And Tommaso Zolzi there with a 0 score after his 4 from yesterday, making sure there was nothing of the sort today. Now it's the turn of the next to go for Germany. This is Colin Saw, Colin and Caleri, the second. Germany, who again overnight on a 0, and already with a brilliant round from Joli Morikuna getting that clear as well.
Le penalità
for the score,
ed è la chiusura
and
con
that unfortunately,
Colin Sorg.
They were quick to leave. Exit stage right there for the young man for Germany, Colin Sorg, there finishing on that score of 4.
Anna
and
Salmina dalla Lettonia in
yesterday,
sella Calgary du Signor.
that score that does count towards potentially a German score. We will see. They will look to hold on to it as a discard score, but it shows you just how important it is going to be to jump clear when you can. Anna Salamina now for Latvia. Calgary de Signor, 12 penalties yesterday. And Anna jumping here as a individual rider. On the 12 as it stands. Hasn't got any trouble at the last there, does keep it to the 12. So safety on the clock as well. 12 as an individual, as I remind you there, for the Latvian rider. And that was Calgary de Signor and Anna Salmina. So we're repeating the score from yesterday. Hungary next up. Hungary with Dalmar Peshalowski.
Third to go for Hungary, that is Dalma Pihoski, Prince of Persia.
Here, Prince of Persia. Their score yesterday, score of 12. They've already had a clear and a 4 from yesterday. They, of course, managed to avoid having to use this 22. To the combination we go. Held up nicely, got the 7. on the 4. Quite quick down there. And needs to keep the control, otherwise this front rail could come very quickly, but they do. They manage to hold the horse off the front and finish on the 4 for Hungary there. A lovely improved round for them over the problems from yesterday for Dalma Priorski there and Prince Persia. Back to France we go. We've had a clear and a 4 so far from riders we've seen. Now it's going to be Louise Acotin. Louise, who
riding as individual is the next in this Tour de France
riding as an individual. Celle de Vis. So they scored 4 yesterday.
Otto le penalità per la gara di
They
Louise
finish
Acotin,
with
ricordo
a
titolo
total of 8.
individuale, la prova di oggi della giovane amazzone francese.
It's 8 there for Louise Acotin, riding as an individual though.
A titolo
The team,
individuale invece
so
la prestazione del
score
prossimo concorrente
not
che
one they
vedete in
need to
campo
concern
è la
themselves with
Danimarca
as a
in
discard,
sella
but it makes
Madea
12 over the 2 days.
Stadball. 4 le
Emily
penalità
Shetland-Bowle
ieri.
now for Denmark.
The second in the team for Denmark
Their next team rider.
is Emily Sehested-Bol Madia.
And the ride is Medea. Their team of 4. Already with a 16 from Selma. They'll be hoping they can discard, but they need improved rounds now from their final 3. The team won 12 overnight. Coming home. If they got away with that, I think they might have done. Oh dear, they've just got away with it at the end as well. But sadly, it is still a score of 4 for that partnership. Emily Sehested-Bowle on the 4 there for the Danish team. That's a score they'll have to use as well. So Emily Sehested-Bowle there and Medea. Laura Bergate now, Lithuania, second rider of their team of 3. Team score 20 overnight, already with an 8 added into that from Trias. Now though, Laura Bergate and Need for Speed also scoring 8 yesterday. Oh dear, runs off the face of the fence as they come round to the right. Some really
Sono
difficult
4
moments there.
il superamento del tempo per la gara e la chiusura, 8 le penalità.
And they get inside
e
the
il
time, so it's
totale
8 for the
8
partnership,
total force for needs
and that'll take the
Laura
team up to a
Kite.
score of
And the
what,
next for Turkey
36, I
is
believe now, for
Kayra
Lithuania.
Artem. Venezio of Coco.
There to go, Vinicio Coco. It's Kira Artam who had again a difficult round yesterday, was eliminated sadly. But the score brought through as 42 under the elimination rule. So Turkey on a score of 54. Well, that makes 8. So I think with the little rub there on the third from last, they didn't from the second from last. I'm sure the front rail's just gone to bring the score up to 12. It has. So that was a total of 12. So we'll go forward onto that scorecard for the Turkish team there to move them up now to, what is that, 66.
Ed è la volta invece adesso del
Portugal.
Portogallo, Diana Ferreira
And Diana
Pinto
Pinto.
in sella de Scudé.
Diana, who jumped a clear round yesterday. Well, it's been a while since we've seen anyone go double clear, 7 of those at the moment. And Diana Ferreira Pinto here with a Scudi. Team already on an 8 penalty score after problems with their first 2. You'll remember that Felipe, their first to go, was eliminated and he jumped clear yesterday. So that now is sort of held like the discard of Maria, who had 8 yesterday and 8 today, and the 8 yesterday being discarded, today being used.
Una bella prova davvero, 0 le penalità, Diana Ferreira Pinto. So all clear as Scudé and Diana Ferreira Pinto now, today. Bella gara e la felicità della giovane amazzone portoghese per questa bella prestazione di oggi. E adesso è il Belgio di Chloé Host per Valériane de Moyon nessun errore nella prima prova di ieri. 0 e 8 sono le due prestazioni per la squadra belga.
Apologies there, seem to have a little bit of a sound technical glitch, but there we go, we're back. And that was a clear from Portugal's Dada Pinto. So the 8th to go, double clear across the 2 days, 15 clears around this course, and that clear is so important to Portugal, really was. Brilliant from them. Now, this is Belgium's Claire Hoste riding Valerina de Moyon. And another rider that was clear yesterday in Belgium, needing another big round to try and stay on a 0 score going in to tomorrow. But already, I think, on the 4 is Chloe. It is the 4 after the clear round yesterday, unable to quite match that again. So finishes there on that score of a 4. Now that will perhaps have an impact as well on Belgium's scores going forward. Let's see, but now it is the turn of Great Britain, and this is Sienna Lani. Sienna getting started in this Children's European Championship team competition, and riding here with this one, Bermuda BDA. One of the 3 British riders yesterday on that score of 4. Already though today, the first 2 British riders going clear, including that double clear across 2 days from Darcy Breen. Great Britain on the 4 overnight as a score. They can keep it there when you look at it, and it'll be not just them, it'll be the likes of Poland, the Netherlands, all try to sort of keep on that 4 so that they can push on and be ready to challenge if any of those above them do have problems. And certainly 1 or 2 of them will do, and already have done. But at the moment, no problems for Sienna Lani as she jumps this last. It's another clear for the British team. That is a pony well deserving of a big pat. Well done, Sienna. Superb round of jumping from her as Bermuda and Sienna Lani go clear. And that, what does that give us? 16 clears around this course today out of, what have we got, 53 starters? So it's certainly been a course to make them think. Next up, we move on to the Ukraine. And another rider that scored 4 yesterday. This is Valera Domraszewska riding here with Stella. The Ukrainian team already out of context because of the eliminations of their first 2 riders here today, but competing as an individual, and as I say, just on the 4 from yesterday's score. Well, they finish on the 8, but at least completing on the 8
Due gli errori,
after the fall from
8,
yesterday.
risultato finale
It'll
per quanto
be
riguarda
12 across the 2
Stella.
days of jumping for the final of the Ukrainian riders there, Valeria Dromarczewska and Stella.
Ieri 0 le penalità.
Now we come to an interesting little run of riders here, the next 4. One for Poland, one for Great Britain, one for Austria, and one for Monaco. All 4 of them jumped a clear round yesterday. This is Poland, and Paulina Soloniek riding Die Clean Lady for Poland. On that team score of 4, and already with 2 clears from their riders so far today. It's been a good start for these Polish riders here this afternoon. Towards this double on and out for as it stands. The 4 overnight as a team. And that round will also finish on 4, but it's one of the clears from yesterday from that perspective. 1 fence down today. From the individual element there, perhaps a bit more difficult now. You just don't know. Paulina Soloniek and Die Clean Lady. Now Great Britain go next, and it's going to be the turn of White Spark Pepper. This will be the ride for Ruby Payne for Great Britain. Well, the British rider's been in good form so far today. Ruby was certainly alongside Darcy Breen one of the highlights from yesterday. One of the 2 clear rounds that the British riders delivered. So far though, 3 riders we've seen have managed it. Sadly for Ruby, it is not going to be for her either in terms of the double clear. Which will mean there's only Darcy Breen that's been able to jump the double clear across the 2 days. That will certainly move her as one of those double clears. Anyone double clear today will just be thinking they can stay in contention for the individual honours. But this now is an important round for the team as well. The British team will be able to try and keep this mark as a discard mark so that they keep themselves in the fight. What a difference a day makes. 2 fences down. And it's 8 as they go over the line for Ruby Payne and that White Spark Pepper.
8 falls for Ruby Payne
that for
and
the British rider.
Per
Still one more rider to go for Great Britain. A
adesso
little bit later, that'll be Sula Bambulo.
Austria che presenta nella team competition 3 concorrenti, di cui Anna Plautz, che ha aperto ufficialmente per i colori austriaci la team competition di oggi con 4 penalità.
Well, this is the turn now of Jana Vrij for Austria with Cabello. Another of these clears from yesterday. Austria already with a 4 penalty score today has moved the team onto a score of 8 because they've only got 3 riders, they all count. Down to the double we go. Oliver here, looking strong at the moment. Really holding towards the last. In fact, she held and held and got too deep and lost that little bit of momentum. So therefore finishing on a score of 4.
The two results for Austria are 4 and 4.
E invece adesso i colori sono quelli del Principato di Monaco. Anche
Next to
questa è una squadra che presenta 3 soli concorrenti.
Going to be the turn of Amelia Banks-Clark. So this is for Monaco. Done so well also as a team of 3, but after trouble for Valentine Plantini earlier on a score of 16, which had to be counted, it makes it harder as a team to go any further, and that will make things harder as an individual for Amelia Banks-Clark. As the first goes down, sadly, with Hukan. She jumped a nice clear round yesterday. Very impressive performance, but already with an early first points, and that makes 8-2. Obviously, these counting as an individual and as a team. The 12 as she comes home. And 12 it is for the second of the riders for Monaco there, Amelia Banks-Clark. It's unfortunate after such a great round yesterday, where she was one of the stars in the opening class. Next to go is going to be Spain.
Adesso la Repubblica Ceca, che invece noi proseguiamo
and Alberto Pisarik next up with Chapeau 2.
Albert Pisarik, ieri 0.
Third to go for the Czech Republic.
The third of their riders out them.
Albert Pisarik riding Chapeau.
It was clear yesterday. Chapeau 2, Alberto Pisarik, already 2 riders gone, both on 4 for the Czech team, who started today on a score of 0. Still clear then. Really important round here. We could do with this just to steady the ship with the scores for the Czech team. And that is what they've just had delivered from Alberto Pisarik and Chapeau 2. And importantly as well for him, not only is it the 17th clear in this, but it is also, I think now 9. He's one of 9 that have managed double clear over 2 rounds. So well done, Albert Pisarik there. Goes
and the first clear for the team today for the Czech Republic.
And that was a really important moment. Now to Slovenia. Kaya Kroprek next up for yesterday on Concordia 41. They were a team of 3 and on 8 penalties overnight, although 12 is a counting score they've already had from Lina Rocco. Now will be potentially added to, depending what happens with this round from Kaya. So far, so good. 3 jumps left for Kaya. Lovely round, isn't it? It's a clear round. So nice after the 4 yesterday to pick up the clear today for Kaya Kroprek there for Slovenia. And that keeps them on a team score of 20 as it stands currently.
This is the second result for Slovenia, 12 and clear.
They will be happy enough to see that,
E invece
and she'll
abbiamo
be
la
delighted.
Francia che
There's
ha
4
un percorso
yesterday,
netto e un
clear
4.
today.
Il
Now for
terzo
France,
rappresentante della squadra
and
francese è
Melina
Melina
Balliot,
Bouillot,
clear
inizia
yesterday.
la Cannabis d'Alban.
Looking to follow that up for France, who are trying to hold a 4 as a discard. On the 4, as they come towards the final fence, Cannabis d'Alban and Melina Balliot landing down over the last and finishing on the 4. And that's where things begin to start to slide, because they know they're going to have to count one of those 4s now. And that's what the likes of the Dutch, the likes of Great Britain and a few others in there will have been hoping just to see their ability. Italy certainly there as well, hoping to push on up on that 4 overnight. Now, from France, it's my life, because it's Spain and Lucas Moreto Soria. Now, Spain started on a 0 today and could still be that way. Their rider had 12 yesterday, though, and was one of the discards. looking, turning, coming as wide as they possibly can. So far still clear as well. Speak too soon for and the impart to the double.
Quattro le penalità ottenute, la gara di It's
Well,
My
they finish
Life.
on the 4.
The result is 4 for It's My Life and Lucas Morotti.
Soria.
And 0-4-4, the 3 results for Spain.
So they're improved
adesso
from
i colori
yesterday.
della
You consider there was a
Svezia,
12
andiamo
penalty
al
score
terzo
there,
rappresentante del
and
team,
now on
perché
the 4.
partirà in questo momento in sella
Sweden
Tiger
now,
Rose,
Valentina Jal
Valentina
and
Jal.
Tiger
Quattro le
Rose
penalità ieri.
from Sweden. And Sweden, who started the day out on that 8-fault score, have already had a clear and a 4. So Valentina 4 yesterday.
Sono 4
They
le
finish on the
penalità
4 as
ottenute
well.
per la gara di
4 from
Tiger
both
Rose.
days, and that will count
Results for Valentina
in
Jal
terms
is
of
4,
Sweden's scores as well
and the 3
today.
results for
So
Spain,
Valentina
4,
Jal there
4.
on 4
E
with
adesso
Tiger
per la
Rose.
Romania,
Rihanna
per
Elena
rappresentare
Vasil
i colori della
next
propria
for
squadra c'è
Romania.
Brianna Elena Vasile.
Now this
10 il risultato
was a
di ieri,
team that were on
monta
26
Diomske
yesterday.
Mazur.
Brianna on a score of 10 was a counting score. They've had a 12 and a clear so far today, with these 2 riders still to come. So they could still discard the 12 if they can get clears from their final 2. They finish on the 4 if they jump this, and that they do. So a lovely round from the Romanian rider there, from Brianna to finish on the 4. It'll count to move the score to 30, but it is just the 4 after the 10 from yesterday.
And for the
Netherlands really wanting to push on. They've won medals at this level before, and they want to again if they could. They, though, again will need a clear here to really try to cement their chances to sort of stay with the top of the tree going into the second day. Now, this round for Stella Heliges on Go-Go was a 4-fault score yesterday.
Un errore per la gara
They
di
also
Gogo,
finish on that
4
score
lateralità.
of 4 today.
Fourth result for Stella Haley Hers in this team. We have a clear, a 4 and a 4.
So there you
E
heard
adesso
it
sarà
as
la
well.
Svizzera
It
perché c'è
means they are now
Elodie
going to have to count one of the fours
Omsmanens,
and pushes the
Calluno
team on to
ter
a
Dolden.
8-fault total, looking ahead to tomorrow or the day after, and more of the team of the second round of the team
Partecipa
class.
così a titolo individuale.
Going down on the 4 as well to finish on the 4 there for the Swiss, Elodie Hanselman and Kaluna de Tullen after 4.
For the result for Elodie Hanselman as individual.
Yesterday it was 12 yesterday. It was a score of 4 today for that
is also with
rider
Lucas Baliusi
for the Swiss team, riding I believe as an individual though here today. Well, this is the turn of our next to go. Lucas Balossi rides for Greece here with Udvi. Oh, they're going to come again, are they? No, the bell has sounded. Not to be today for Lucas and Yudi.
The elimination for Luigi, and the next to go is
To Norway, to Mikken
for
Vabak,
Norway.
Dragereden, and Sensia.
This is the third to go for Team Norway.
Norway's team continuing its progress here, despite starting on a score of 21. They've actually not done too badly today with 2 riders on a score of 4. It was a discard though from these guys yesterday with that elimination that they will be hoping can be better today, although an early fence going down. Well, 16 as they come into this final run of fences. Picks out their 4 strides now on the curve down towards the finish here. For Mekken Vabak Dargan, they in fact finish on a score of 20. And 20 it is as they go across the line.
For Mekken Vabak Dargan, and the 3 results for Norway are 4,
So
4,
that
20.
they will now hope is still a discard, but it does move the team on to 29 as a total score. Ireland next up, Alice Maloney. I remind you, Ireland, who started looking so strong,
Has to go before the second break.
as we know from
Alice Maloney.
yesterday. This was another of their clears, and they would be really, really in need of another clear now from Alice Maloney, with Cosima having seen faults on the board already from riders. They've still got 3 to go, but they are hoping they can bring a clear to bear now. Have to use the legs a little bit there. And Alice up and over and continuing on strongly. Keeping very calm under the pressure. Knowing she needs to deliver the clear. And 1 fence from doing so for Ireland. And she does, not only for Ireland but herself. Produce the clear round, Alice Maloney and Cosima. And that, I think, is the 10th rider to go clear across both days. That's correct. Never, ever want to be quoted as 100% correct. But I believe that's 10 of them. And it's, well, that's 19 now that have jumped clear today, but all importantly for Ireland, it puts a clear round into the books. So, exciting times for all of these riders. It's been a fascinating start to the team competition, and now we are, what are we, 2/3 of the way through the team jumping here. But still, a lot could change as we look into the final third that'll get underway at about 10 minutes time. So we'll, of course, look forward to that and welcome you back and bring you up to date with as much as we can when we get started. Just as a reference as well, we remind you there is an individual competition running in terms of this class, and that round from Alice Maloney that we just saw went into second place individually in this class. Liv Linson, who's leading still, as she's been for quite a while. Sienna Lanny for Great Britain sitting in third. So that is the 1, 2, 3 in terms of the individual rankings for this class. From a team perspective, we'll keep our eyes on that as it unfolds across the final third.
è arrivato così il momento di proseguire la gara e di accogliere in campo il primo dei concorrenti che apriranno l'ultima parte della team competition di oggi, riservato al campionato d'Europa Children 2023.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are set now for the run through to the finish. It's the final third of this all-important class for the Children European Championships, the FEI European Jumping Championships here in Gorla Minore. It is the second competition for the children competing for the European Championship title. The team competition very much our focus as well, because it's the opening round of the team jumping, and yesterday we saw the individual elements. Of course, that does count for the team as well, but yesterday they could count the best three of their five riders to give them an opening team score. It meant things were pretty open, pretty close coming into today. Now the focus sort of shifting a little bit as we now get into these 14 riders. Best three scores are counting. Of course, everybody as well counting as an individual, and those scores accumulating over the 2 days. And so far 10 riders with double clears. We'll do our best to understand more as it begins to become clearer, and that realistically going to be a little bit closer to the end of the teams as they finish off with their riders, to give us some definition and clarity. Now this on course now is Hungary's Annabella Bonda at Identity, and out there at the moment, who jumped round for 8 yesterday, and Hungary coming in on a score of 12. Their team so far today with a clear and a 4, so hoping for a good round here, although already on that 4 full score. They finish on 8, and that'll match what they did yesterday, Annabella Bonda, and that means the Hungarian team moving on to 16. So 16 the score for them. Mike Schmitz next with Lautaro von Hoff. Mike rides for Switzerland. Now, Swiss team on a score of 4 overnight, and already with 4 in 16 today. And Mike here now trying to improve on that 4 penalty round from yesterday. And that was not the start that anybody would have hoped for them as the first fence goes down. On the 4 still, and it is just that opening fence. Frustrated, I'm sure, but he's done a great job of just riding out the rest of the round with great composure. In fact, they've had a late fence as well to push them onto 8. It was second to last, I think, that went down for Mike Schmitz to finish there on 8. The Swiss team now moving on to an 8 penalty score. In fact, they're going to move on to more than that, because they're going to have to count perhaps that 8 as well, if that was the counting, I believe, the counting round as well. So that moves them on to 16. Next to go It's going to be the turn of Jiskevender Inde Mira STBZ for Belgium. Belgium, who started today with that 0 score. Now coming to what I believe is their final rider within the team. But I think just because the rider, apologies, that is not riding in the team, I take that back. It's riding as an individual. They've still got their team rider, Stella Van Dijk, to come a little later. Just the 4 penalties at the moment. Now it becomes 8. And they finish it out on the 8 as well there, so Jiskevender Inde and that riding as an individual adds to the 8 they scored yesterday. Next to go will be the Italian team. Italy have gone well today so far and started on 4 overnight. Giorgia Cassamo and Lacoste third. Clear round from yesterday. Apologies, this was the 4 from yesterday. It was Giorgia Baldi who went clear yesterday. Giorgia Cassamo on the 4 from yesterday. They've already had the clear though from Tommaso Zozzi. Also seen Daphne Gunti go clear. Positive down that line. Now coming round. Dennis H tried a distance. Really has to sit back. Still jumping clear at the moment. Really working for this. Can they do this? Can they do this? Yes, they can. Italy with a clear from Giorgia Cassamo. So well done. It's a really nice round from Giorgia to go clear. And that will certainly help the Italian team, who are really looking to try and push on towards a medal maybe here on home soil. And that is the sort of round you need. The team still with a little way to go. But 2 clears in the mix already. Germany as well looking to do the same here today.
From Germany, Maximiliane Fimpel, Cartagena.
Germany here with Maximiliane Fimpel, another of the clear rounds from yesterday. This with Katenga. Possibly jumping, I think, as their individual here today, because of Germany were in the luxurious position of having all their riders go clear yesterday. And I think it was Maximilian that was decided to be the individual going forward, but already on 8. Colin Sorg, of course, went round for a score of 4, which they were holding as a discard. In a moment, this might move Germany off that 0.
Errori,
and
8
on
le penalità per questa prova di oggi da parte di Maximiliane
no, that is in fact confirmed. She is the individual. So it is Maximilian Fimpel won't count towards the team score. So for the moment, they've still got 2 rounds to go and still stand every chance of finishing where they started here today. There for Germany. Now, next to go is Louis Goln. Another chance for the German team. Straight away, Dressed for Success. He was obviously clear yesterday. And would be a great round if they can follow that. (1:30 m), the height of the fences today. Oh, they've just... It was almost like they tripped, but it wasn't. It was sort of a misstep stride, and that 4 brings up the score. Well, apart from that one little mistake, they jumped. The rest of them without any trouble. But Louis Golner there and Dressed for Success finishing with the 1 fence down, and that will mean Germany have to go on to a score of 4. That was a team. Next to go will be the team from Denmark's final rider.
0 il risultato ottenuto ieri.
This is Malu Therese Minneberg Larsen riding Champagne KS.
Denmark, third to go is Malu.
A clear round yesterday. Those double clears have been hard to come by. Just the 10 of them so far. We're going to shake out in the individual competition going forward over the weekend. This is the 3rd of the Danish riders, a 16-4 so far. Team on a total potential score, best outcome of 16, but they're holding a 16 as a discard. Now though, this lady that was very well placed yesterday is pushing on again.
For Champagne KS, 4
4 to score.
The third result for Denmark.
And that for Denmark means it counts as a 4 as well. So on they go to a score of 20 there. Malus, who was clear yesterday, again unable to quite bring together the double clear across the 2 days. So on we go now to a rider for Lithuania, and it's Emilia Zakurkaiti. Riding here with Canales. And the team on a score, a team of 3. They've had both their riders on 8 today after the 20 they picked up yesterday. And Emilia, though, was the best round yesterday on that score of 4 for the team. I think that went as well. Second from home. It has sadly gone down. A 4-fault score it'll be for Emilia there as she finishes on Corrales. So 4 penalty.
Quanto riguarda
that is
in questo caso
Lithuania's
l'ultima
round.
rappresentante della squadra lituana.
A long way to go. We have jumped 78 of 105, so we're still a way off getting to the decision end of this day here, the second day of competition from Gorla Minore for the Jumping European Championships, the young riders, juniors and children. The next up for Turkey, Belma Neil Ediston riding Kairens. 8 penalties yesterday. Turkey has a team of 3, although has fallen out of contention, sadly. Although, as I say, Belma just on the 8 yesterday. Another who finished with penalty 16 is the score for Turkey. Been difficult for their riders, unfortunately hasn't worked out for them. Portugal started the day so very, very well and will be hoping to try and finish as strongly as they can. This is Martin Ribeiro now, and clear ran yesterday, part of that couple of clears they got. Looking again perhaps with Evelina T to be able to do the same. They had that elimination, surprise elimination, first draw from Felipe, who had jumped a clear yesterday. It's brought an 8 penalty score into play, which they have to use. They had a clear from Diana, but now Martin, they need a clear from once more. Hand in the air, double clear. That was exactly what Portugal hoped for. Important for Martin as well to be able to follow with a clear from an individual perspective. And that is a brilliant finish for him. Look at that, high fives all round. Really well deserved, richly deserved. And that, I think, is only the 11th rider to go clear both days, clear on both days. So, yeah, brilliant stuff. By my count, that's what, 21 clears in the class here today. Off we go with Belgium, Estelle van Tricht, highlight 25. Belgium with high hopes at the start of the day. Will they finish that way with their final rider? It's definitely changed their score of 0 from yesterday. But we'll find out exactly to what in a few minutes' time. on the 4 for Estelle as well now. And finishing on the 4. So that was Belgium's final rider out, and they also finish on a 4-fault score and able to get that double clear across the 2 days. And that pushes the team score on to 12 across the 2 days, because they're clear from yesterday, 12 from today. It's 12 overall, and that's how things begin to twist and turn. Next to go, it is the turn of Great Britain. Sula van Bülow here with Dabel out on the track now with the final rider of the day for the British riders. One of those 4-fault rounds yesterday, but there's already seen a couple of clears for the, all 3 clears from British riders already today. Which I believe keeps them where they need to be. Faults coming from Ruby Payne. And I understand that at the moment this is a strong round from Sula. British team overnight coming in on the 4. Ah, the last is gone. It is the last fence that gets in the way of a clear for Sula van Bülow. She'd done everything else. But it is a 0 score today for Great Britain. It does mean that they stick on the 4 from yesterday, and that should see them, and will see them, I would think, tied towards the top, if not the top of the table, going in to the second round. So the British team really working together. Now on we go to another important round of jumping, because this now, as you can see on course, is our next rider, and this is for Poland. It's 4 from yesterday. Małgorzata Babasyńska riding Hapilina. This team, if they can keep this clear, could finish where they started today on that score of 4. But they need it all to come together down this final line. Fighting a little bit towards the end. She's almost gone wide of the final fence, and it's all... oh! It was so close to being what they needed. And now, of course, time penalties and all will kick in, but they were holding a 4 as a discard. It's not a complete end of... it's not a complete disaster, but it really is such a shame when she's doing everything she needed to. And no, the pony not want to play at all today at that final fence. So really, really sadly, it's elimination for Małgorzata Babasyńska there as the final rider out for Poland.
So the second refusal at the last fence, and with the elimination for Małgorzata Babasyńska. Poland ends with 4 today, total 8 after the 2 days.
8, as we know, for Poland across the 2 days, so they have to count the 4. Well, you just don't know in this sport until you get to the end exactly what's quite going to happen. Now we know, though, it's going to be the turn of Diana Kabanova riding Caddy van der Knuffel. This is a chance then for a partnership that were on 4 after yesterday. riding for Slovakia, riding as well as an individual. Oh, they also having their own issues, and shows that the second day has really taken a lot of working out from these riders. As I say, 21 riders have gone clear around this course today. It's been a really fair test, and interestingly, we've got a lot of clears early doors, and then since then it just, you know, they've been a little bit more tempered. This real massive chunk on 4 and a fair few on 8. The rounds though not finished, although it is an early finish there for Diana. Now Austria next. This is a clear round from yesterday for Austria. Julia Hanke riding Jumbo B. And this team of Austria, a team of 3, started the day on 4. They've had 4 apiece from both of their riders, so currently on a score of 12. Already early offence down, and that makes 2 down, and that all of these scores sadly for the team we're going to count, and obviously as an individual. As a team though, they hampered by being just a team of 3, unlike some of the bigger teams that start with 5 then go to 4 today. Coming down then towards this end of the line, she's lancing over the last. It is 8. That's another that had done such a great job yesterday that picks up a couple of the penalties today. 8 is the final score. So that was Austria, Julia Hanke. It means the Austrian team will have to count, what is that, total of 20 across the 2 days of jumping. Just to remind you, only the top 10 teams will go forward in terms of team competition. Everybody has that chance to move forward as an individual into the second round, which will come up in the next day or 2. But in terms of the teams, you've got to be one of the 10 top teams to be battling it out for medals. Now this is the turn now of rider called Polina Kostenko riding for Monaco. Noblesse van der Donkerhove. Monaco as well were tied on a score of 4. They were there with so many after day 1, but again a team of 3 making life a little harder, and their 2 clears already picking up 16 and 12 penalties today. Therefore Polina Kostenko here, who scored 4 yesterday in the opening round, is now just trying to work out what she can do from an individual perspective to keep her score where it is and try and go for the clear. Well, the chance of the clear has also moved away. But can they keep it on 4? 4 on both days, 8 across the 2, and it's an 8 score that will count. So I think that makes a total of
4 total falls for Polina Kostenko. 16, 12 and 4, the 3 result for Monaco.
Yeah, 16 and 12.
E torniamo così in
Bringing the
Polonia
score
perché
up
partirà
today
adesso T-Gold Quidam
to
secondo
28. Was that
Z,
32
Michelina Lacha.
plus yesterday's 4, so 36 as a final team score. Now this is the turn of our next to go. We're now with Poland's Michelina Lacha. For yesterday. Jumping as an individual as well. Poland, we know, have finished their day on that score of 8 in terms of their team outcome. And that has gone. They're also falling to bring the score up.
Vanessa Ingrid Pessina, 4 le penalità di ieri in sella Dorian HDH.
As individual Dorian, and for the Czech Republic, Vanessa Petsina.
I think we're back with you. So that's a score of 12 for Michelina Lacha. Now it's Vanessa Ingrid Petsina for the Czech Republic riding the Rain HDH. Rides as an individual though here, so not part of the score for the team, although their next rider will be, who goes next in this class. And it'll be another key round for a team that could yet still finish on 0. But let's enjoy this individual round. Turning over that final fence to finish on the 4 here today. So 4 across both days for the individual rider there. Vanessa Ingrid Petsina then, and the rider HDH. Well, we come to a little run of riders 4 in a row that all jumped clear yesterday now. So this will be fascinating. We've got the Czech Republic, Slovenia, France and Spain all in the mix. And we'll see what that does to their team scores as well. So next will be for the Czech Republic, their final rider of the day, their final team rider. They are already on a score of 4 today and a 4 from yesterday. Sorry, a clear from yesterday. They're on a score of 4 for today. And they, at worst, would finish on a score of 8 if this rider has a fence down. This is Václav Humplik and Pythagoras de Gorid. But if they can get a clear round here from Václav, then it would ensure the team would be up there on a score of 4 after 2 rounds of jumping. Well, that fence going down ensures the team will move on to a 8-fault score. And unfortunately for Vaclav, it is not the double clear in terms of individual honours.
Il risultato della gara, 4 le penalità.
4 faults for Václav Humplik. So the result for the Czech Republic is 8 after this round.
Ed arriviamo
It is
così a
confirmed.
Gaia coi colori della
Vaclav Humplik
Slovenia,
there
inizia
on the
Flo
4.
Cooper.
So now we move on to
Questa
a rider
avanzone
for
slovena
Slovenia. Now
ha chiuso con un
this
percorso netto
was
e
clear,
la Slovenia presenta il suo
and the one
ultimo
clear of the 3 clear
rappresentante
of the
del
3 riders for Slovenia. They're 8 yesterday, already up to a total of 20. They had a clear there from Kaja Koprak, and now hoping with Gia Fila to finish strongly and keep her in contention from an individual standpoint with Flo Cooper. Into the final line on that 4.
Quattro il risultato della gara, 4 le penalità per Gaia Pilar.
Well, that is 4 for Flo Cooper, and Gia Fila for Slovenia record that score as well.
E
So
adesso la
16 plus 8,
Francia che va così a presentare il quarto
24
rappresentante del
across
proprio
the
team.
2 days.
Stiamo parlando in questo momento di
Next to go for France, Maxine Brickle now, and France, who started the day with that 0 score, already know that they have slipped to a 4 penalty score, but are holding on to a 4 as a discard, so they clear round, becoming very important here from their last rider to keep them on 4, and with a potential shot at the top, or a equal top later tonight. So far, it's all going to plan for the French. One fence away. They jumped clear on day 1, they jumped clear on day 2, and that is a very good round. I mean, it's 77.53 the time. It's going to see a brilliant performance from them to go clear all the way, and I'm sure they'll be over the moon with the way that has worked out, because it means now, what have we got, 12 of them that have gone clear on both days, 12 riders clear on both days, and from France's perspective as well, that is brilliant because it keeps them on that score of 4.
With Great Britain for the team competition.
Per la Spagna invece
at the
adesso
top
è
with
la
the
volta
British
di
as it
Ushu e
stands,
Arusa
with
Rodriguez,
those that have
in
completed.
Clauren
Now
de
Spain,
Lemoses.
Rosa Rodriguez, another clear from day 1, another who really needs to bring it home for the team. They're in exactly the same boat that we just saw France in terms of the fact they're holding a 4 as a discard. They need the clear round to finish on 4 today They're clear from yesterday, so they would also tie equal with France and Great Britain as it stands on those that have completed scores here on the second day. They're getting very, very close to doing the same. Nearly home. Spain are very much in contention for the medals as well now, and that is a rider that will play towards the individual title as well now, because that is looks going clear for the Spanish team, and getting the double clear as well. So that is 13 of them that went double clear, but more importantly for the team as we talk today, it is 4. Spain, France and Great Britain all on 4 as things stand. That is the score to beat, but it could yet have other teams to join it. Now, Sweden, Vilma Linnell, Swedish team, who started out on 8 this morning. Ooh, right over to the right-hand side of the wing there. Riding here with a good hop. They have also got themselves a 4 being held as a discard at the moment. But that would push them, we know, onto a best potential outcome of 12. That would still only be 2 fences off the lead. They would hope that that potentially is enough to see them through, and that 4 going down means that we now know that Sweden will finish, I should say, on a day of 16, because they'll have to count the 2 4s, and that'll make 8 with the 8 from yesterday. Already up to 12. This will be the discard for the team. So difficult when you're riding under pressure of team competition. Just keep that calm, composed style, and they're doing an excellent job trying to just ride out the rest of the round. Paul's just pulling a little bit at the end as well. 20 it is as a score, so that'll be the discard for Sweden. And Wilma, who was on 12 yesterday, on 20 today.
20 total votes for Vilma Linnell.
So Sweden on 16.
So the results for Sweden are 8 today and 16 after the 2 days.
Next to go.
For Romania,
it's going to be Romania.
Campino.
Now, Romania yesterday on a total of 26 and already holding a 12 as the discard from today. This combination eliminated yesterday as Alexa Ieda Garcia riding Campino 515. Ducking out again at the side of that fence, and that is elimination. The bell does sound. Well, bad luck there.
The elimination for Campino.
To Campino. So they will count the 12 and the 4 today, which is, of course, 16. Adding on to the 26 from yesterday to finish on 42. So this is Ireland, this is Harry Rush, and this is Tabby. I believe was the individual today after the clear from them yesterday. carrying the 4 from that combination. Ooh, weird jumping in. I don't quite know what happened there, but that was a very strange action on the way in. The bell goes because of the rebuild, but it was just sort of anyway. We don't get to see replays, but now Harry can just refocus, come back to the double. The hand goes up. They can start again. He's coming back on that left rein. We're putting in a big jump coming out. Recovering to the end of the round, but that's gone to bring in a bit of time. 15 is the score for Harry Rush there as the individual rider for Ireland. Ireland still with Kean as their final team rider, so we'll come back to that in due course. Now, another that was clear yesterday was FEI Vos, and this then is for the Netherlands and the Dutch team, who started out today after an overnight score of 4. And could also finish on that score of 4 here today to give them an 8 fault score across the 2 days. But they're going to need a clear round here as well from FEI Vos. There you have 2 riders on 4, so they're holding a 4 as a discard with the clear from Liv Ninsen, who was still leading the way individually with that very fast round on Cine WZ. Professional round here. Pops in, pops out. Oh no, they don't get out. They get the 4, and that will ensure that the Dutch drop back by 4. So they're going to carry 8 out of today. And that added to the 4 from yesterday brings them onto a team score of 12 across the 2 days.
La Norvegia invece
FEI Vos and Monaco LH. Norway next. We have Madeleine Steen Fullestad riding Carrello ST. Rides, of course, for Norway. And Norway, with a discard at the moment, being held of 20, but they're on a team score of 29 if that remains the case, and the 20 stays as the discard. And that means that every fence that goes down is going to count. Madeleine, who scored 9 yesterday. And has the stop today. He doesn't want to go to the line there at 9, so that's elimination for Madeleine Fullestad, and that is not to be for Norway. They will move up to a score of 49 across the 2 days of competition. So that was Norway's Children's European Championship team. Now, an important round coming up here for the Irish, I would suggest, because Ireland One of the teams that started the day on a 0 score are holding on to a 12 penalty discard from Lily Tunney. They've got 4 they know they're going to count from Ruby Lily Gaines, but clear from Alice Maloney has meant that if Kian McMahon goes clear, then Ireland will finish the day on that 4-fault score. It'll bring them into line with France, Spain and Great Britain, and therefore bringing them to a share of the lead still going in to the final team day. Well, only such an important round for Ireland, but also such an important round for Kian as well, to make sure that alongside Alice, he is one of those that is still clear going forward from an individual standpoint, and it's one fence away from making sure Ireland do share the lead going through into the final day of the team competition. And it ensures, well done Kian, that he is also going to be there in terms of individual honours potentially. But there's a long way to go for that. But that is great news for Ireland. Brilliant, brilliant performance.
So Kian McMahon ends with a clear round. 8 for this round of Ireland. 8 is also the final result after the 2 days.
Nicole Borra per la Croazia in sella a
an
Calandra.
incorrect score for Ruby Lily Gaines, and it was showing her on the computer as a 4, whereas actually even I've got it written down as an 8, but it's only when you write the next one down you notice. So in fact, Kian, brilliant as it was, it means Ireland though only 1 fence off the lead. They'll still be pretty pleased that they are very much there. Although there's not going to be a lot to smile about here for Croatia and Nicola Borat, because they, of course, having got eliminated yesterday, are in the same boat again today. We are now into the final 6 to go here today. 14 riders have successfully jumped double clear across the 2 days, and 24 riders have managed to go clear here around this course. Now, Hungary, Maja Peters.
Cortez, Hungary.
Maja Peters adesso per l'Ungheria.
So Maja Peters here for Hungary with Cortez. A team on a score of 12 yesterday. Already were 4 and an 8 today, but the 8 being held as a discard. Therefore, there is a chance still to finish the day on a score of 16. Well, that pole went, didn't it? That made 8, so that final line is Costa, Maya Peters, and the last as well. 12 is the score for that combination for Hungary. And that means that we'll have to count the 8, and it becomes a total of 24 across the 2 days there for the team from Hungary there with Cortez. Maya Peters, Switzerland, Italy, Germany, Denmark, Turkey. That is what we've got left to go. Now, the Swiss will be the first of those. They started with a score this morning, or this afternoon, a score of 4. They, though, have had some difficult rounds. They're holding a 16 as a discard. They know they're going to pick up 16 whatever happens here today. But Ludaroli, who had 4 yesterday, rides NOW, or NOW as the last hour, and the first fence goes as well. So that locks in their score at the moment to have to count the 4. Unfortunately, the air jacket's gone off, which is good to know. They're absolutely fine, but what a shame, what a difficult way to finish things off there, because that was, well, after all the hard work that goes into getting here, not what anyone would have wanted for them. So that's elimination for Ludaroli. It brings that 16 into play as well from the team's perspective. 28 today and 4 from yesterday is a total of 32 for Switzerland, and for a team that started the day on 4 and 1 fence off the lead, they have fallen backwards. Next to go, Italy. Now this is going to be brilliant to watch, because the Italian team are really pushing here to finish the day where they started on that score of 4. To do that, they need a clear from Lavinia Lebosco. They've got Giorgia Baldi on 4 being held as a discard at the moment. The other 2 riders are both clear, but this is the last out. Oberon van der Berg for the Italians. Safely out of the combination. Lavinia Lebosco jumped clear yesterday for the Italians. Now as the anchor rider in the team, try to secure a share of the lead here today. France, Spain, Great Britain, all on 4 at the moment. This can keep Italy there as well. 1 more fence to go, and this will be her double clear, and that's exactly what they needed. One very happy lady, and she's ridden a brilliant round for her country. So well done to Lavinia Lebosco. 0-0. And that, as I say, it's 15 of them have jumped double clear. That makes 25 clears today, but most importantly for Italy, it means they finish the day on 4. Sorry, on a clear, so they get home on the 4 across the 2 days. Look at that. Everyone very, very happy. Now to Germany. Brian Beerbaum, another that could have happily put a double clear together across 2 days here with a Carlucci 20. Germany, again, a team that started the day on 0, one of the leading teams And again, like we find ourselves in this situation where they need a clear to get rid of a 4-fault on the discard. But that then would mean they finish on 4 across the 2 days, and it would bring them in line with Italy, Great Britain, Spain and France, and it would then give us 5 teams tied on 4 penalties going into the second round of the team competition in the next couple of days here for the children's team medals at these European Championships. Brianna Bourbon, the first of these final 3 riders, and the only rider within these final 3 that was clear yesterday, so either going to be 15 or 16 of them going forward individually on 0 scores across 2 days of jumping. And from Germany's perspective, from Brianna's perspective, she will be one of them. And that brings the clear round in. And it's a lovely round from Brianna Bourbon there, and Carlucci 20 anchoring down the German team to finish their day off in style. And it means that Germany finish on the 4 as well.
Today ends with 4, total 4 for Germany. And we have 5
teams, just like I said, all tied up in equal first going into the final day of team competition. France, Spain, Great Britain, Germany and the home nation, Italy. We're still going to see riders there from Denmark and Turkey. And, you know, you've got, what have we got? The Czech Republic, Portugal and Ireland on 8, Poland on 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4 teams on 8 plus the 5. That gives you 9. And then you're going to look to the 12s. Well, I'm not going to worry too much about that at the moment. But what I mean to say is you're going to have 5 teams level pegging going into that final round. You're going to have 9 teams with only a fence between them. That is quite some final round of jumping for the teams that's setting itself up for the children. It really means it is all to play for. It's as level as you could ask for. It's all going to come down to some very, very, very important rounds of jumping. So we can look forward to that in the next couple of days. This on course, Laura Slovkiera riding Kikora. Last rider out today for Denmark on the 4. They're holding a 16 as a discard, the Danish team.
Sono 12 il risultato per quanto riguarda
it is a total of 12 for Laura Slovkiera and Gorla.
E adesso arriviamo all'ultimo concorrente.
Just one more rider to go today. And Denmark there, I mean, there's an improvement on yesterday. Denmark on that. Discard the 16, they'll have to count a total of 20 today and 32 across the 2 days. Turkey next up.
They will reach the final.
And Turkey, who will wrap things out here with a rider that scored 4 yesterday. It's an important individual round there for Mehmet Kandogan and Ferrucci, although the team is out of contention. A clear round here from Mahmoud will very much keep the dream alive from an individual standpoint. Now we come to the water for the final time. 104 riders have started this class. 25 of them have gone clear, 26 of them have gone clear around this course. There's a huge amount on 4. 16 of those 26 were clear yesterday and clear again today. 5 teams will go forward, level pegging for the lead, looking to the final round of the teams. But sadly the final fence goes down for Manuel Candor in there, and that makes it a score of 8, so it is at 12 for him across the 2 days of jumping. What a fascinating class this turned into, and the teams is poised like I could never have imagined to see France, Spain, Germany, Great Britain and Italy all on 4 after 2 days of jumping and all level going in to the final round of the teams. Individually as well, it's been an amazing afternoon. We've seen so much great sport. It's fascinating to know whatever and what could happen next here. We will find out. There's a lot more coming our way with this FEI European Championships of the young riders, the juniors and the children. And let's remember, tomorrow we've got the team competition for both the young riders and the juniors getting underway. So plenty coming our way here from Gorla Minore in Italy. We will be back, and I will leave you in the meantime with a presentation of awards for what is the individual class. What a great day. Thank you for being part of the journey here on Clip Miles and FEI TV. And what a prospect lies in wait for these young superstars.